All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Modstream. We are live. Hello. Hope everybody is doing well today. It is an epic day for a few reasons. One of which, we have brand spanking new optical flare behavior. Check it out. I'll refresh it so you can see it at the beginning. You blind that tank, it starts shooting at the nearest enemies. Pretty epic. So we've got a reason to use flare now. Also only costs 50 energy. Might be too broken, but it's going to require a lot of APM, so I think it'll be fine. What's up, Veek? So with that optical flare behavior, this version has just been shipped over. One thing I did want to take a look at was... I wanted to test out Parasite, because Parasite's timer got reworked. Oh, apparently there's some debug message in here. SMA. Alright, well, it does go away after a minute, so... I suppose that's all I needed to see. For some reason, it was happening at, like, Kian's battlecruisers were never losing Parasite. I like how the Parasite timer also gets set before the Parasite even hits it. That's a little odd. Yeah, so basically, blinding units makes them hostile to all nearby units. Pretty much can, yeah. It's like, they basically start shooting at the nearest target. Maybe it's not a super realistic approach, but I think it'll lead to some interesting engagements. Especially since medics have also been, like, buffed up in terms of their, like, their tankiness. So medics are a little bit harder to kill now. Yeah, it only lasts for 5 seconds currently. We'll see if that's too long or too short. I'll play around with it a little bit more because I'm kind of curious. What is Ultralisk anyway? Unlike mind control, it doesn't make the unit hostile, right? So it would be something to the effect of, like, you'd probably want, like, say... Let's actually research the upgrade real quick for the ability. I try to do, like, these mock-up engagements all the time where possible. So, you know, like, we're coming in here. Just start firing it off. And now he's too close, but we blind him. He should start going after the Zerglings. Yeah, there you go. And now, all of a sudden, it's a bit of a fairer fight. Now he's blinded again, so... Yeah, and he can see his own units, too. Like, I mean, it's kind of funny that he can see that, considering he's blind, but he can see stuff like that. I don't know why I've lost my voice. But that is pretty good. Hey, get out of here, dude. So yeah, I think there's still probably some kinks to work out there. I don't know if they should be able to see burrowed units. I don't see why not. I think their vision still does get reduced, but if not, it definitely should. It should get reduced to like 2 or something. I also don't know if optical flare. Does it actually apply the blind flag? Oh yeah, it does say blind. Okay. As you can see, when it's my own units, the target does not get reset. Because that's a problem. Yeah, I would say his vision radius is probably not reduced. But I'm no expert. Oh, he actually stays blind until he kills the target. What the fuck? Maybe it's so it mustn't just not be redrawing. So yeah, there's still some issues. Right, yeah, that's a good idea. So you'd have to do like, well, the thing is, I have vision of myself. You know what I mean? So I'll always have vision. Whereas, like, if I spawn a wraith over here, it looks like he has the same aggro range. Anyway, I don't know. Not sure. Hard to tell. Can I sell micro units to attack correct targets? I'm pretty sure you can, yeah. Like if I spawn... Oh. Well, that's a crash. Spawned a turret by accident. Classic. Ah, you idiot. You weren't supposed to attack him immediately. Ah, fuck. I did it again. Alright, so if I'm over here and there's a Ultralisk over here, I'm blind. It looks like, yeah, it's fine. So you're still able to micro your unit. I'm not sure if that should be allowed. I feel like probably, but I don't know by how much, you know what I mean? I have to take a look at this. I'm assuming that there's something in the AI script RS file that governs the parasite timer, but I'm really not sure. Parasite timers. Well, I guess that's not where. Maybe it's in globals. Yeah. That's where that was. Disable the parasite timer. For my American men out there, how was the 4th of July? Hopefully you guys had a good time if you did anything. Once I'm done mucking around with this stuff, what I'll do is start working a bit more on the Wikidot for the unit descriptions. That's like my main focus for the planning stuff for today, is try to write out some more unit descriptions. And then after that, I think we can get back to work on the second Protoss mission. I'm definitely interested in getting to work on that. I just realized that the carrier just has a bunch of shit below it that's like completely detached at certain angles. Or almost completely detached. These little bulbs at the front, I don't know what those are. More unused weapons, probably. Yeah, I think it should probably actively disrupt control over the unit as far as weapons are concerned. But I don't really want to take control away from that player either. Like, at least when you're ensnared or something, it's taking movement control away. It's like, oh, I can't move as fast, but I can still move. If I'm making it so that the unit is simply like you can't even engage with it, you know what I mean? That's seems a little shitty. But we will see. I think mostly it will be like attack, move, terrain. Like in many cases, you actually just want your units to attack move. So if there's like a player with the wherewithal to quickly cast optical flare on, say, your Archons as Protoss or Reavers or something else, like that would be pretty nuts. I think like we do something like this, and we have a medic, and we have Zealot 2-1, and we have a couple Marines. Do our same squad from before. Like, the Reaver, in theory, would clean this fucking squad up, but if we hop in here and we just quickly blind it, well, unfortunately, they just decided to run into us anyway. But You get the idea. I flubbed my execution on that one pretty hard. But the idea that he would just smack into his own zealots at that point, like that makes sense to me anyway. Like, I think there are reasons where you would want to use it. It's just, it is going to be an APM intensive ability, right? So. Like, I think maybe you just wouldn't be able to issue direct attack orders because the attack order would get overwritten, but the movement order, if their order was a movement command, maybe they should still be able to follow that. Like the idea that I have is we have this idea for example, like if you're actually blind, you're probably not moving anywhere. You're probably, spazzing out, running around, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. And that makes sense. But I don't know if it will be fun. It looks like it does actually still reduce vision, so. It's definitely possible, George. I wouldn't do it because of balance reasons, but it's certainly, people have done it before. Would Flared Arbiter cloak other player units? I don't think so. I mean, I guess it makes sense because you're using the utility of that unit. Like, I mean, blinded detectors already stop providing detection. So, if you end up having like a vessel or something, like say we just have an overlord, and then we have, of course, he's going to start moving around. So, we got a couple of ghosts. We pop in here and start. Oh. Like if we start firing away at some. Bopped, TBH. Can't believe this one medic just fucked my life up. But I don't know if that was like that in the original game. I forget if stacked irradiates did damage. I think they did. The thing is, like, it's a little bit different from. Yeah, like Plague. Flared Arbiter cloaking other units. It's a little bit different to use the utility. Like, the idea is that maybe it wouldn't cloak any units. Like, blind arbiters would disable their cloaking or something. Like, maybe that's better because you would have, like, okay, it's not using its utility for anybody. So in that sense, I think that might work out. So I can go ahead and say that much. Because, like, then it's, like, sort of like disabling the detection of a detector, right? I forgot about. I just was recalling that there was some absurd relic that reduced armor permanently, and it was even more ridiculous than I thought it was because I just looked at it and it said it reduces it to 0 specifically. That's pretty crazy. Oh yeah, before I do that, it's time for Hydra units, bro. All right, so let's do a little bit of work on the plans for the new units. Oops. So we're going to hop in and take a look at the existing stuff that we've already written out, and we're going to try to channel that into there we go. I'll just start filling out the entries here. I think that's it for now. And then here we'll do actually I forget. That's what it is, gallery. So gallery, salvo yard, captaincy, quarry, farm. Yeah, I didn't actually need a huge write-up for the reliquary, it looks like. Is this actually what I shipped? Oh, I didn't provide a description. I guess I wasn't finished writing in everything. Have I thought about trying to make Dark Templar more usable in later skirmishes? Well, I wanted to accentuate the idea that they're basically like a nimble assassin. They are buffed over default, what's it called? Default Dark Templar. It's just that they're also selectively nerfed in a different way. So if we look at, if we go to modified units and we find Dark Templar, oh yeah, I should mark optical flare as actually implemented. And we'll say Dark Templar. And then Silent Strikes. Oh, I never marked this as unimplemented, so. Mark Dark Templar, decloaking, and but the Dark Templar moves a little bit faster, gets benefit from speed upgrade, and can be upgraded to remain permanently cloaked if their attack kills a target. So if you kill a target with this unit, with that upgrade, they don't decloak. So the idea is that they're very nimble, they're very mobile, and they can be upgraded to be even more effective assassins if they're landing a killing blow. And that's like one of the main things. Now, you know, maybe I could look into some other benefit, like maybe they get even more speed if they also kill something, right? Silent strikes might be, in addition to not decloaking them, it might also do something else. It might give them a temporary speed increase or attack speed increase or something like that. You know, I could definitely see something like that, added functionality to it, like a temporary attack speed buff. So certainly could be like playing up a bit more on their ability to be like the reward for having them be precise. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean it's rough to give them even more movement speed for me because they are already so mobile. But the idea that like if they land a killing blow, they remain decloaked, which is a pretty big boon because it basically reverts them to pre-Hydra tech in that respect, but without removing the benefit that they get from leg enhancements and the fact that they have just higher base movement speed to begin with. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I reverted that. I don't really 100% recall, but I think a faster attack speed after killing the target might actually be worthwhile to implement into silent strikes, because that's one of those things that's like you land a kill and you get higher attack speed. It would have to be very short lived. It would have to be like a 2 second buff or something. You know what I mean? Like, similar to how like I think the Ultralisk gets its movement speed steroid for 1 second when it kills a unit. And maybe it should also get an attack speed steroid for that respect, but it's like literally 1 second. You've got such a short amount of time to make it, use this. So, like, I just look at the movement speed thing and I think they're already very fast. I don't need to make them even more fast because there's diminishing returns on that speed. At some point, you need something else. I don't want to give them more damage, but more attack speed means that in theory, it's more opportunities for you to actually do damage. So you get higher DPS, but you also get more opportunities to land kills and remain cloaked. So, like, they excel at dealing with low HP targets. They will excel even more with this upgrade. And the idea is that they really can't brute force their way through engagements. They're too weak for that. Another thing that should probably be mentioned is without any changes currently, the unit is fairly well rounded and obviously very specifically designed for harassment, but very excellent at that. Like it's an excellent harassment tool. And you won't see that like too much harassment in that sense from lower level players like what we have during fraud nights and stuff. You're not going to see that very often on the pure basis that it requires more APM and more action economy than we can usually dredge up, right? So that's certainly a consideration there. Right. So in that sense, I think Silent Strikes probably should provide some more value. I can probably up it to 200, 200 and make it so that they gain attack speed as well. The other thing I was going to say, though, is because they're excellent harassment units, right? The I might just end up reducing their gas cost or something, like reducing the difficulty it takes to the investment it takes to access them. So what's up, Patrick? I put out a new release just now that includes optical flare changes and some bug fixing to Dark Templar. What's up, Alexander? Do I have any buttons in the game for units or tech that are not implemented yet? The Dark Templar upgrade has a bad button right now, and it's on the Citadel instead of the Templar Archives, but that's because there's no space in the Templar Archives. And I don't have any space for the strings yet, so I'd have to find something to delete so that I would have more space. Otherwise, no, I don't think so. I mean, optical flare was probably the last one, right? So everything should be there. I mean, the exemplar isn't fully implemented yet, and in theory, like technically, you can get that, but I think that's pretty much it. Did you see something that you thought was unimplemented? Yeah. Oh, I can sympathize with that for sure. Yeah, there's not. I don't think there's anything in the game that is not implemented now. All of the Azazel stuff is implemented. All of the like that medic stuff is implemented now. I just need to figure out a way to label the um, what would you call it? I need a way to provide some indication of what that Dark Templar upgrade is. Hmm. I don't mind doing it tomorrow. I have the day off, so I'm good to go then. Um, should be fine there. Oh yeah. Yeah, should be. All right, so that's that. Trying to write out all of the entries here for the units that I know I'm going to need. Oh. If I can remember all of those aberrant names, I think I can remember Keskathalor, but it's a little bit newer, so it's not immediately obvious. Look at all that shit just for Zerg. Oh boy. Dude, DF is gonna be I'm gonna be DF's favorite person. I'll put it to you that way. All that shit, man. Hmm. Yes, he 3D models it. So all of the he's the only unit graphic we actually have in that's completely custom is the med bay, which he made back in Stormborn days. And I think at this point, it's been pretty widely accepted as a Terran graphic. You know, I think he did a pretty good job with that. So he's demonstrated that it's possible, right? The animation is just him turning on and off lights, right? And of course, he did the almost built frame as well, the frame that shows when it's almost done. So all that stuff was from scratch for that one graphic, and that was certainly a journey for him. And of course, he's doing like all the ramps and stuff in 3D modeling now as well, where he'll take a screenshot of the ramp, and he'll convert that 2D image into a 3D model, which takes a fair bit of time. But the more important, like the more time consuming thing is lining up the texturing and the wrapping and stuff, like the UV mapping and all that shit. So, I mean, he does a lot of work, man. It's a lot of work to do all that stuff. Probably gonna have to rework the Star Sovereign at some point. But... It's not actually on the sitemap, but if you go to the URL sc-hydra-tasks, you can access it that way and just bookmark it. Or I can send you a link, I guess. Would be more reasonable. All right, so we have up next is... Imagine saying thanks to somebody when they send you a giant list of demands. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome, man. Anytime. Yeah, that's like what I call the thanks with a comma. When it's like, yeah, thanks. Yeah, exactly. See, Kian knows what's up. Wait, he changed from Dark Metzen to Kian. This man has multiple accounts. You know, I have a really bad habit when I'm like trying to recall whatever I was about to web search. I'll just type TOD and then backspace. Like something's wrong with me. It's like, all right, this is how I remind myself I was actually doing something. What the fuck, man? What is my existence? Dude, what? Yeah, I guess. What the fuck? I don't know. That's been there for a while. I just haven't mentioned it, but it's just one of those things. I'll just be like, oh yeah, no, I was actually gonna do something. Oh yeah, that I remember. Like I don't know why. Psychotic. Um. Forget about this one. Well, just writing all of these out is a little daunting because we have so few of them implemented. I also feel kind of shitty about the fact that I went from Hydralisk Den to Basilisk Den and Lurker Den. Like, it's still called a den, where like everything else has a unique name. Like even spawning pool into Vorval Pond. Well, that's a little bit different anyway. And like Ultralis Cavern into Keskathil Grotto. Like there's a difference there. Are you UD? What does that even mean? Undead? What does UD stand for? I'm calling it that instead of the Warp Anchor because it's home to the Hierophant. There was some other potential. Oh yeah, it was like the Prelacy, as in like home of a prelate or office of a prelate or something. That was one of those things that I was thinking about as a potential name instead. But I decided like two structures that are evolutions of or conversions from a gateway, starting with PR. Like it seems a little goofy to do that, so I wanted them to be a bit more distinct. At least this, with a name like Vicarage, I'll never forget that it's hotkey V instead of hotkey C. I was always using C for Principality. Oh, that's pretty unfortunate for him. I didn't even know that. I mean, I knew about the guns part, but oh, there you go. See, Alexander knows. I still have got to figure out if there's something else going down for the Protoss, but we shall see. So now we have all this shit. Big shock. I don't know where exactly to start. I could do the bottom, from the bottom down, but we'll see. Some of this stuff isn't even in the document, like the Grand Library. I've got to add that in at some point. And the dry dock and munitions bay. See, the munitions bay is going to be vehicle upgrades. Dry dock is going to be ship upgrades, which leaves the armory basically orphaned. And the idea is it'll be like vulture upgrades and probably some other general purpose mech upgrades that don't really fit in. But I was also thinking of putting some base infrastructure upgrades on the armory as well. Like engineering bay being specifically dedicated for infantry again. And having like fusion sealer, comsat mana, a couple of other upgrades there added to the armory specifically. But it still does feel like a structure without a real identity. It definitely has a good place in the tech tree because it's a tier 2. It's like the cybernetics core for Terran. You know, it unlocks their whole tier 2 setup. But it's a tough ask for Terran to or for like the armory to feel like it has a place when you remove its purpose, its current existing purpose beyond the tier 2 thing that I've added in. So we'll see about that one. It's going to take some good balancing to get right. I don't think it'll be impossible, but it's definitely a concern I have. Anyway, I'm also concerned about my bladder, so I'm going to go relieve that. And when I return, I will do so with some more water as well. And I shall get back to work on this and figure out what else I'm doing afterwards. Like I said, I want to work on Protoss 02. So how long have we been streaming for? Not even an hour. So definitely have got plenty of time. Very excited about that. I shall return momentarily. I have returned. Sorry, just doing some quick housekeeping here. Got some very confusing emails to sift through. Oh, okay. What a mess. All right. Yeah, not quite. Somebody emailed me asking for voice acting help with their project. They appear to be modless SCM files, which, well, you know how I feel about those. But I guess the campaign he's asking for voice acting for is demonstrably complete, so. Dude, he has some pretty good names here. Like General Zachary Hatcher. Literally hatchery without the Y. I don't think this is a prank campaign either. A southern leader of a powerful army. General Hatcher E, sir? Oh, man. Briefing room epilogue. Well, he actually organized his scripts at least. Although he misspelled characters. Oh no, it's a micro opener with siege tank rescuing gimmick. According to this script, anyway. Ah, of course, the first line from this guy is welcoming. That's the little like flavor he put in front of the line. It's like, oh, I want this character to sound welcoming. Well, I know what voice I'm using for that. Does it use Insane AI? I don't know. I haven't looked at the map yet. I don't know if this has been sent to me in confidence or what. Dude, this guy's email is American Afro. That's a pretty cool email. Yeah, he said it's a link sharing. I don't know if he's shared it anywhere else. I don't want to like start leaking this shit if it's not ready yet. Yeah, his email said that he was looking for he was working on a new campaign for Starcraft 1 and somebody he's met on staredit.net recommended that he asks me for help. And he's just now finished the Terran episode. Name dropping staredit.net SMH. But I don't see any posts from this guy. So he must have just met this person, this mystery recommender. Just spoil it all on stream, yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I don't know anything about the guy's storytelling or anything like that. I can only assume based on the lack of customization, lack of modding, that he's probably not aiming too high as far as his bar is concerned. That being said, he's at least trying to get the project voice acted. Although I don't know, it doesn't look like any of the characters in the documentation have been selected by him. So I don't know if he's willing to do it himself, but he's at least looking, like researching the opportunity to get the characters voice acted. So, that shows some vision more than what you normally see, and the fact that he organized them in the way that he did also shows that. So, whatever. Glad that I replaced a Kakaru with a fucking bird, a plane. All right, so what do I do now? You know what I mean? I guess I'll finish the reliquary description. The reliquary is in many ways a modernized version of the temple special structure, and occupies a similar amount of build space. The massive structure's most prominent feature is the golden brown take on the temple's pyramid, with a more conventional entrance than the underground bunker style seen in the original graphic. Right, so there kind of has to be like two phases of this graphic. Not phases per se, but like the idea is you have like the entrance leads, it's mostly for like units to enter and exit, because you're gonna load like a zealot in there and turn him into a champion basically. But there also needs to be some implication, maybe a different work animation depending on what kind of thing it's doing. Like if it's converting a champion to a champion, like converting a unit to a champion, it will provide something like that. Yeah, Star Sovereign is the Star Caller. I DM'd you about that stuff. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. I figured we needed a better name for those particular units. Starcaller just because it's an action verb name and I don't like those, but also Warp Anchor because that's what we call the actual Warp Anchor. So, ooh, forgot to. Oh wait, it's just up here for no reason. Yeah, I just realized that. Way ahead of you, man. I've added, not to the document, but I have added the I've added the Grand Library entry. Oh yeah. Listen, do you see the number of upgrades that are on the Templar archives? Clearly, there's a little much there, man. That's all I'll say. I was thinking actually about upgrading Archons themselves and making them require a Grand Library before you can morph them, or like making them require tech. It does make High Templar a little bit less independently attractive, but I think we can rebalance that just by making it so that like Psystorm costs 150 of each resource, and that the Templar itself costs 125 gas instead of 150. And obviously, then by making Archons really, really strong by comparison to what they normally have. So I just think that I want them to personify the identity of like a show-stopping unit. You know what I mean? Yeah, and players should be rewarded for it too, like when they use Archons well. I even played around with an idea that I think they did in Legacy of the Voids campaign, where they allowed Archons to cast Psystorm. I don't think I would do that here, but yeah, I don't think I would do any abilities per se, but I think giving them some other behavior might be a worthwhile investment. And the Grand Library also being required for Dark Archons, I think makes sense. Maybe even having a completely distinct unit for Dark Archon tech, where the Templar Archives would allow for both Templar, but the secondary structure for the Dark Archons would allow me to, again, like even, perhaps reduce the like improve the balance, like improve the accessibility of Dark Archons, like by resources, which would probably come in the way of like making them cost less supply, so that you actually have less. Like you take 2 Dark Templar, morph them, and then you actually lose 2 supply or something because the Dark Archon only costs 2 supply. I don't know, something like that. Probably not that, I guess, but something could be done to make it so that they were a little bit more, had a little bit more impact. So we'll see if it warrants like an entirely distinct structure, though. Not 100% convinced that it will. It's just that we'll actually need to implement the Grand Library before we bother making any of those balance changes. But I think like the Grand Library could have Archon upgrades, and the Templar Archives could have High Templar and Dark Templar upgrades. So you'd have Archon and Dark Archon upgrades from the Grand Library, and maybe some other like general purpose stuff. This would also allow me to add more robust like requirements, tech requirements for certain things like relics, certain things. Yeah, I don't know. There's all sorts of stuff that might end up working on. The Augur was going to be a unit that one High Templar could turn into one, and they would have, as soon as their shields popped, they would die, and it would passively lose shields over time. I think the concept is interesting, but unfortunately, it does require a lot of APM to get right, and unless they had a retarded amount of shields, like crazy numbers, like 500 shields or something, it probably wouldn't really be that impactful. We could tweak it, though. I suppose we could work with it. I wouldn't mind exploring it as a unit. It's like an incredibly short-lived, like burning out like a bright star that just fucking destroys itself. You know what I mean? Like it's like a more reasonable approach to something like the Warcraft 3 Phoenix, the Blood Mage ultimate, where it would take damage and then rise again. In this case, there's no rising again, but they burn out real powerfully. Like the idea of just unforgettable combat impact with some of those. The problem is like you would almost want them to be like, because they're so powerful, you would want them to be maybe expensive in terms of resources, Like they require a lot of gas to generate into, but they provide like a huge amount of impact. So it's like you can make it so that you can build them quickly, but you have to use them quickly. So their primary utility would be building them within a within a battle, and then when they die, like they detonate, right? They explode. You might even see strategies like loading up a shuttle with a couple of augers that you just morphed, right? That you just Archon warped, and like you might think of that, and then you're shuttle bombing, but like literally shuttle bombing, like the shuttle detonates, and when it detonates, either by getting killed or by the augers expiring, like the amount of explosive damage out of that, you could probably see that being used as like a hilarious strategy. So I could see that anyway. So definitely an interesting idea, in my opinion. By the way, the yeah, I was thinking about putting the Mercury back in, honestly, but I don't know. It's such a different unit than you might expect. I guess when you end up using your, like, implementing it in Overlord, right? When we get to see that in action, that'll give me a good idea of what the concept is like. And feel free to grab other unit concepts too, even stuff that's actually implemented in Hydra if you think it'll work in your environment. Okay, cool. So that works. Love that. Yeah, I think the biggest issue was like I was well, it's not really that big of an issue because it's unlikely to happen. But I blinded my own unit and it started attacking. It did not stop attacking is the problem. So I would, for example, you can see he's no longer blind, but he's not issued a stop order or a return to idle order. Whereas I actually have not tested this in other environments. So like if we do spawn 3, 2, 1, that's weird. Oh, maybe it's just a subunit thing? No, I guess it's just happening in general. There's no, it doesn't reset. So it's not just me. It's anything. Because I tried it on the battlecruiser. And as you can see, he's still shooting away at that guy. Also, another thing. Okay. That wasn't an issue. You can just circumvent it by moving, which I guess is fine. But I don't think that they get overwritten if I attack this. Like, I think I shouldn't be able to give him an attack command, but I should be able to give him a movement command. So like if he has a movement command, it should get overwritten by the nearest unit. So that's some more fuckery that we'll have to do. So I think just like return to idle and overwrite attack command. Those are like the two things that are remaining, as far as I can tell. Oh, did I still not import the? Oh yeah, I forgot to import the new. That would be pretty disruptive for everybody who's already been using group factories and AI scripts like me. Yeah, we need more. The thing is, we need more UI panel space. So we should be able to show the rank, but also any status effects. So there should be like a different version of the UI panel that says like, hold on, let me. Like, I want to be able to say, reorganize this to make more use of it. Right, so this is the original. And if we say, well, the in-game result is that units of a higher rank are the ones that are talking to you when you select them. So that would be one thing. I guess I like that it's sort of center justified or whatever, but it would probably be, or center, it's like centered text, right? But I think it might be better if we line it up like this. Right. So we would say something like that. So how many pixels do we have between these? Because this is spaced out pretty well, I think. So it looks like a width height of 5. So bring this down by 1. That's so that you can pick personality for campaign, or for not campaign, for AI. It's not, yeah, I don't know how to implement something like that yet, but it would be nice to be able to specialize ranks for all of them, similar to what StarCraft 2 did, except it wouldn't be like incrementing through kills. It would be like a rank of like just flavor, basically story flavor. So I think we should do something like this. Obviously, I don't have the font loaded up for this particular thing, but if we did something like find Arial in here. Just as for the purpose of a mock-up. So maybe it's like 18 point or something. So we do this. I know it's not as ideal, really, because it's not like lined up as well. But this would be like... So maybe we could lower this a little bit. So that it's a little bit more evenly spaced. I don't think so, but I'm not sure. I'm really not sure about the whole hero thing. Like something like this to me is better for UI because it provides you with it provides you with room to fill in status effects. I think we would probably only have to list off like the first couple anyway if there were multiple. Or it could be a status effect of an icon, similar to what Warcraft 3 did. Ideally, you'd be able to mouse over it and see what it did, but even if you don't have that, you'd at least learn eventually. Because it'd be the icon of the ability that's being cast. I feel like this would be better, but... And I have not played Kian's micro or whatever that map is. I haven't played it. You said you didn't enjoy it as much as his all Alpha Squadron down thing. Have you beaten that yet? Anyway, I imagine it's not the easiest thing in the world to beat when you're by yourself. When you're only playing with AI. What percentage of Starcraft do you think we have hooks for now? Probably not that much. Right. That was basically my estimation as well. Yeah, that's what I was just writing in the Hydra channel, is that it should probably be a list of icons, small icons. Like, I don't know if you remember when I put up the there was some other mock-up that I did at some point. I don't remember where I put it. Must have been my materials folder. No, that's not it. Maybe it wasn't here. I thought it was called Icon Mockup. But I did a mockup where it showed, yeah, here it is. Oh. It's in mod graphics. It was something like this, where as you can see, the icons are very small. But the idea is like you've got this unit selected, so you got the black inking behind it, and then you see, oh, they've got a speed upgrade and a damage upgrade or whatever. So this would be the in-game resolution for people who use windowed mode. This would be probably, oh, I don't know what it would be like for everybody else. But this is, I think this was also for relics or something too. It's supposed to show the equipped relic. Move these back here. Say ceremonial. Yeah, I think the biggest issue with the UI panel is going to be space. It's like how do you cram this stuff in there? But there's enough space below the, I think that there could be enough space below the status bar. You put the icon and then the number or whatever, like the number of it, and we could just shift the weapon and armor upgrade icons down a little bit probably. Or we shift or we just remove rank, I guess. We could do that too. So there's a lot of opportunities there, I think. Yeah, so the way champions are going to work are that you basically garrison a unit into the structure, and you enhance it with the ability to the only. I think most units will be able to become champions. So like Archons, High Templar, Dark Templar, like all the gateway units, Dark Archons, everything will be able to become a champion there. I think you'll even be able to have champion Reavers. You'll definitely be able to have champion air units like Scout, Corsair, Carrier, Star Sovereign, and Exemplar and Arbiter. That's probably it. But you basically garrison a unit in there. You championify them through a ritual, a ceremony. And well, I think you should be able to equip pretty much any weapon. It's just that some combinations are going to be goofy, like an area unit that gets a melee weapon or something like that, you know? Well, that's the thing is like the champion Reaver by default would simply receive some stat benefits, but the real benefit is that they can be outfitted with relics. So the relics replace the weapon outright. It's not a passive effect. What could happen is you could get a champion Reaver, not replace its weapon, but give it some relic armor, and then give it the spirit emblem augment. And the spirit emblem augment would allow you to steal the spirit, the soul of up to 4 units that you end up killing. So that could be a really good combo, but you would explicitly have to not replace the champion Reaver's weapon, if that were the case, right? Like otherwise, I guess it doesn't make any sense for the Reaver to have a champion. I guess champion carriers don't make any sense either for the same reason. I'm not sure if I would want to fuck with that because like the weapons are not like they don't augment the hero or the champion, right? They don't. It's not like, oh yeah, here you go, you get blind judge effect for your units or whatever. Like that doesn't happen. You get a melee weapon that kills that kills you. It's a lot of work. I would imagine is the main thing. I don't need the hero unit IDs because we can just replace we can just reset them all once we get the unit stat extender. Dude, imagine champion interceptors. Honestly, maybe that's one way that we can do it. So maybe for maybe that does make sense because like the scarab and the interceptor are the units that have the weapons. So what if you champion carrier and your interceptors deal blind judge? Like they use blind judge. I mean, it would be retarded amounts of damage is my main concern, right? We would have to diffuse the weapon damage across all interceptors. So it's like 40 divided by 8 because you can have 8 interceptors. You know what I mean? Which is not really that much damage, obviously. But the idea is that if you are deploying this interceptor army onto every unit, like they become fucking. If they get the kill, that unit rises and serves their master, their carrier master. So that certainly could work. I also think that champion, in addition to slight stat benefits, the champions would have their own set of like default passives. So there would be a reason to get champions, even though it's not a very epic reason. There would be a reason to get champions, even if they didn't end up like getting equipped with any relics. So. It'd be good for content creators if Hydra came with a present but not necessarily used copy of each unit as a separate hero unit. Well, what we're going to do with Hydra is what we're going to do in general is once we get all of the data structures extended, we're just going to be resetting all of the original units that we've replaced. We're going to be copying and pasting those over into the new extended entries and thus reinstating all of the default ones. Now, if you're talking about like a different command card and different weapon for everything, one thing that we'll probably end up doing is we'll be adding hero variants of the Brood War units that never got any heroes. And we'll be adding like sound entries for the heroes that don't have any, like Stukov or whatever. And we'll add in some other stuff. So like there'll be a hero Scourge and a hero Medic and a hero Dark Archon, a hero Valkyrie, there'll be a proper hero Corsair. Stuff like that. I don't know how soon I would do that, but that would probably be something that I would ship with Framework as well. Is like, here's some more variety there. Here's some more support for something like that. Yeah, Hero Basilisk, Hero Vorviling. Arbiters will not be able to equip Light of Silok. I mean, they'll probably be able to equip it, but why would you? I don't want to like disable brain dead moves per se, but why would you? You know what I mean? I don't like stuff like that. I don't feel like it's necessary to gimmick that sort of thing. But I am really looking forward to seeing champion units in general. It's going to be really neat. It's not going to be on stream. It'll be recording. I actually started it a while ago, but I fucked up the audio. Well, I think it's good though it ended up waiting. We wound up dealing with a little bit less nonsense as a result of all that. So, like, we didn't have to worry about implementing heroes because I came to the conclusion that it wasn't necessary. Stuff like that, you know? The fuck? Notepad has some bugs. All right, I think that's good. Go ahead and add that. Okay. Hopefully that's easy enough for DF to understand. I feel like maybe I didn't capture the scale of it very well, since I just said that it was really large and takes up similar build space to the temple structure. All right. Well, it's time for me to take another quick bathroom break. When I return, we'll be jumping into Protoss 02 development, try to get a bit more out of that map, get that map a little bit further along, and then we'll see what happens after that. BRB. Which bin file has menu drop down on start mission screen? You mean the one that I edited? I think it's glue custom. Let me see. Yeah, it's glue custom. Oh, okay. Insanity. Let's go ahead and start ourselves off here. Continued development of Protoss 02. Obviously, this is all going to be swamp. This will be an expansion over here. And feels weird to work in SEO and draft again. I've been working in Rust for like 6 days, it feels like, so I haven't really done that much work, actually. What's left for flinging extenders? Is it still just figuring out a bunch of stuff related to... Oops. The various issues? Like, what's it called? Like all of the problems with my hooks, I guess? Or memory patches or anything like that? Because as soon as we get memory extenders, like data extenders down, and we can verify that they work, we'll be in some serious business. That'll be when I can just flat out start working on all these new units. Thinking I should probably toss a north-facing ramp over here. The fuck? Okay, we can just do this now. I'm not really crazy about this. It's lined up, but it feels like a waste of space over here. And, like, I'm trying to justify it by adding a pathway, but, like, is it really justified? Hard to say. It's always an important question to ask when dealing with these sorts of things. Okay. Well, now it's a little bit better as far as alignment is concerned, but again, I don't see a point to the ramp. I guess there could be a ramp over here, but again, not much of a point, it feels like. Suppose I could force this back in a little bit more, and then it would be I could clear a space for an expansion similar to what I did over here. But I feel like that just makes Daggeth's position a bit too powerful. I could move this up to the up left area. Definitely going to be some more revisions that go down here. Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to be moving Daggeth's position up a little bit, I think. I could have avoided most of the issues that I had with needing to do this in the first place. I probably could have avoided a lot of that stuff if I had blocked out like the surrounding before I put together the main base. Like I had sort of built a ring around it of defined terrain. Like this is probably going to get redone a little bit as well. In fact, this might actually connect over. So it'll shrink in size, but it'll connect over. With this moved over here, we'll have space for an expansion in the bottom left. And I'll probably even have space to extend it a bit further out to further justify the presence of a ramp, like another ramp over here or something like that. And we'll obviously have the swamp expansion that's going to be over there. And then, like, the only way into Daggeth's area of influence from the north will be to take this larger ramp or the series of two smaller ramps. And that will create like a dichotomy of choices there, whereas maybe it's easier to catch his, like to get a good concave onto his position, a good angle onto his position, if you go through the approach of like coming in at it from the east. It's just that the east is a much harder position to access. So I think that should work out. Should work out. Oh, I actually have these all set up over here. Didn't even realize it. All right, so definitely want to shrink this up. And we'll try to match it up with some geometry on the left. Just grabbing this stuff now. So do we want it to be something like this? And then we just connect the two current outer corners, or what? Okay. Yeah, I like this better. I like this setup quite a bit better. It's like a nice defined border where this guy set up shop. We'll just go ahead and slap this stuff here. All right. I think this is offset by 1. Yeah. Well, I don't suppose that ramp will see much use, given how fucking far away it is. So maybe we, just move these together a bit more. All right. Okay, so now we have a bit of a better setup, generally speaking. Okay. So when we move this stuff over, the question becomes like, is there a reason? Okay, so we actually have 2 different ways that we can go about this. We can either go with the plan that I outlined just a few minutes ago, where I talked about adding an expansion for this to be the natural. Or we could rework the main as well, so that maybe the main was on the low ground, where the expansion would have been, the natural expansion would have been. But taking this complex over here and turning that into a natural expansion. That's sort of like sandwiched. It's a little bit smaller in space, but sort of sandwiched over here between all of these ramps on a high ground area, with the only ramps into it being, again, south facing, so that you have to get a good flank with ground units. I think that could work, but obviously the question becomes, how simple is it to do something like that? So we added like another nice large ramp there so that large armies can still move through. I might even go full symmetrical and add like a wider north-facing one over here so that it's like a weird rotational symmetry. We'll see. So we can push that over there. Shrink it, but push it over there so that it's the natural. I think that might work out better anyway, because like really the idea of his main base being as defensible as this currently is, given our new constriction on how you can actually get into this area, that feels to me like a little bit of an overstep, right? Whereas with something like this, it's a little bit more approachable. If it's like, oh, their natural is hard for me to get to, but I can run past that. Like if I put the natural somewhere like over here, we still have like a passageway all the way around on the outskirts. You could also use this ramp over here to like run past the natural and go straight to the main. Yeah, this is second Protoss mission. Welcome to the stream. So I'm just sort of thinking out loud about how I'm going to be staging the base of Dagoth here. And right now, okay, that looks potentially solid, maybe a bit more down. So now we've got that set up. Gonna need to make it bigger so that we can actually put a base there. But my main concern is the idea that it would basically be like it's too difficult to well, I don't know how exactly how to describe it, but basically my concern is we end up having a base that's just like it ends up confining the entrance, like the entryways. Like when you come out of here with this ramp here, right? Like my focus is I don't want you to walk up through this ramp and be greeted with a giant wall and have to path around. Like this is a decent amount of space around that. Even if I could push it a little bit further. Right? It would still be kind of ridiculous, but I could do it. Something like that. So then we just slap these in. So if I put hatchery right there, gas would have to be here, and we would have to say something like this. Okay. Nice. So it's kind of goofy looking, but whatever. Yeah, working draft for now. Hate that I can't just like automatically overwrite this shit. Or that happens. All right. Okay, so we're good there. Nice symmetry going on. I gotta align this. I don't remember why I didn't align this previously, but I think it was something to do with the, like, some limitation of what I was messing around with at the time. Oh, wait. There we go. All right. So obviously I'm going to have to clear some space over here where he can actually build. There'll be a lot of low ground jungle. I was even thinking of adding some space for some other stuff in here too, like just bits of jungle that you'll be able to build in. He'll need to borrow some basilisks though. All right, some good progress there. Nice. I'm gonna take another BRB and get some food real quick. Once I return from my snacking, we will continue development of this map. I think up next is probably going to be filling in this area with some regular jungle temple and slapping in his third over there and trying to like replace all the water over here with swamp. So stay tuned for that very exciting prospect. BRB. I have returned. Looks like we have some new functions to do in Rust later. Won't be today, but... well, won't be on stream. Since we are now dealing with some lunch, here we can do a quick... wrong folder. Do a nice little observer round while I eat all my food. I don't remember who won the last time I witnessed this. I'm pretty sure it was the top team. But it took a while. From what I remember. We definitely need better gas management protocols for the AI. As well as just better worker management so they don't sit there and idle their workers. They should also like move their workers before they're like so that they can throw down the structure as soon as they have the money. It's like trying to go there before they have the money. I mean, this is already like a default behavior anyway. If the AI has the money and then spends it, they will still have tasked their worker. So. Quite the bio army being built up. Classic early spore colony. Not really what I would expect, but you know. Won't help very much with zealots. Probably should have gone for Sunkens. Here we go. Will he morph it to Sunken fast enough? I'm gonna go ahead and say probably not. He's got a lot of Zerglings. Soften up 2 out of 3 of the Zealots that are over here. There's another Spore colony, baby. Because who needs Sunkens when you got Zerglings? Don't worry, there's one more coming. Look at all the Marines. They're like, oh, we gotta help them. All right, bye. See you, nerd. As they say. Okay, see ya. Please make a Sunken. Please make a Sunken. Please do not make another fucking Spore colony. Lunatic. There we go. What a nice boy this guy is, too. Except he has no units at his homo. There you go, he's got Cyprians. Why do they walk so slowly? Like, they activate safety on for no reason. Or safety off, I should say. What a bunch of goobers. Hi. Executed. I definitely need to look at the idle tactics there. Something is very wrong. It's okay. They'll get plasteel servos eventually and sort of make up for the fact that they always have those things active. Oh. Classic. I don't know what makes them say you want a piece of me, boy. That seems so weird. They just randomly will play that line. I think it's Cyprians. Pranked, of course. Yeah, don't mind me just killing your gateway. I love that the retarded base layout here worked in favor of the AI. Executed, TBH. I wonder what's up with this guy. He doesn't seem too interested in building a huge amount of production. He's still stuck on fucking lair tech, as a matter of fact. He's not expanding off of his third base. I mean, I guess they're kind of even in production now that I look at it. Nice bug. Still don't know what's going on there. I'm afraid he probably does not have sufficient production himself, this Terran man. He only has got 4 barracks. He needs like 8 more. I don't think he's gonna get it either. See a nerd. Hi. I suppose I should also add I should add some optical flare spell casting as well. Alright, here we go. Here's the hatchery explosion I was looking for from this clown emoji. Will it be enough? He's got 1 billion units that he's not using to defend. He's not using to attack. He's just sitting here sucking dick. So... gonna go out on a limb and say goofball? I mean, he's got a lot of units. He's Congo Todd Godding it up right about now. Pretty large army there, but I'm assuming it's gonna be a no. All the Zerglings were met with more Zerglings. What a mess. Soon it will be his Zen doing here? His ally has fallen. He's not traded whatsoever. Has not reclaimed his 4th base. Has not opted for any others. He's got a ton of production. But the horde of Protoss is descending upon him. I don't really think he's got enough Zerglings to be up for the task. Especially Archon, 24 kills now. They're biting. They're nibbling. Almost certainly will not be enough. 29 kill Arbiter. I mean Archon. He could get caught in the middle of all these Hydras, but something tells me that's not happening either. Poor guy. If only he had played the game. Oh, his army got destroyed over here too. Slower on upgrades. Slower on tech. He had the right idea with the lurker, didn't he? Executed. Yeah, he's got no hive tech. He's got nothing. This boy got nothing. He's out of here. See ya, nerd. I don't know what all these probes are doing. It looks like they're trying to get out of their own way so they can navigate to the Protoss 3rd. Classic, Oh. I guess there was some other structure stacked on top of that. That's really weird. It's over, boys. Unsurprisingly. So I guess that means that we can pop into the Terran AI here. Wait. Oh, they already get optical flare, I see. All right, so safety off. Just put this on like a blank thing here so I can see what's going on. If self HP greater than %15, and then we get 2 close, and if in range, that seems correct to me. I go to the extended AI command guide and navigate to man, what a confusing mess of a command description too. At some point I should definitely fix that up. It seems like it's correct here in terms of the syntax for if in range. So we know that that's good. 64 would be the pixels, right? Like we're using if in range here, and it's the same syntax anyway, besides adding in the less than percent thing. So what if we remove the if self HP check? We'll try that. And for flare, we got to figure out the order for that, which means popping into... So 185, medic. Oh. 01 medic. Say 1280 range in terms of pixels, and we should put something like... I don't know. What units would you want to blind? I would say... Ghost, Shaman. Those are the Terran ones, and then we would do something like... Wyvern? Oh no, sorry, Goliath? I guess we'll say Wraith? Like lower priority ones, I guess. Battlecruiser. I would say for sure we want Archon, Dark Archon, Reaver. Maybe High Templar as well. Loud thump, by the way. Oh well. Oh, another Terran thing we should do here is like Science Vessel. And we should put Overlord on this lower priority list. Archon, Dark Archon, Reaver, Carrier, Arbiter, Lurker, Ultralisk, Scuffler, Guardian, Devourer. Without spell effects, blind. Oh yeah. So that should, in theory, fix some of the issues we witnessed there. I just want to quickly fast forward through this so that I can see the AI's usage of Cyprians. I also noticed they were building fire bats, despite the fact that in theory they're not supposed to be able to. Yeah, well, they aren't moving them around like complete rabid monkeys. So yeah, I would say that that probably worked. And here they have toggled it on, but not off. Like here they clearly should be, because the conditions for them toggling it off is that there's 0 or 1 men in range of foes. The fuck are they doing? Like now that he's activated it once, he's moving around really slowly. Very strange. All right. Well, I reported that one Iquare anyway. So, Epic with a K. And for the time being, that'll still have to be enough of an update, I think. Oh, I'm opening this up in the Git shit version. What a dummy. What's up, Guapi? How you doing, dude? Probably a few others that I'm missing here, but that's not really that big of a deal. What's it called? Optical flare. I should have just committed that along with the other one, but that's fine. Okay, we are good to go there. Slap these in there for me to look at later. Like that. Minimize that. All right. Yet another bathroom break. I know I'm very regular with these. BRB. I have returned. You ever look longingly at your toilet seat and say, I'll be back? Me neither. Guess I should post the changes so far. So let's talk a bit more about this map. I think we should figure out where we're going next. Alright, so I like the fact that you can spread creep throughout these areas. Man, what a mess. Randomizer did not help me out today. If you guys could hear this music, man, you would be confused. Alright, we'll continue to muck about with that later. I definitely feel like an expansion could be placed here. But again, I want to make sure that, like... So, I haven't really actually finished placing the expansions for the other players either, right? Like, we don't really have a solid expo for Arak. I guess his expo would be something like... maybe a long rotation over here or something. Let me take a look at the brush palette. I do think that I ought to take a look at what else we have access to here. Okay. Yeah, I think this will be a nice little pocket of an area for the Arak player to still have some sort of self-reliance, self-sustenance. Uh, okay. All right. All right. So again, the idea behind this area is going to be that it acts as like a defensible, if distant, expansion. Like the travel time here is not insignificant. So I think that will impact the rotation over here, but let's set it up. Oops. Did I really just start Vegas by accident like a dummy? Hopefully not. Yeah. That is good, I think. Okay. I really have no idea where to go with the bottom right just yet. I mean, I have some instinctual shit, but nothing exceptionally interesting right now. Oh, I never did finish unfucking the randomization over here. Sure, I'll be doing that for quite a while. All right, well, we're good there. Oops. What a mess. The real question is, like, what do I do with this area over here? Do I just leave this as a passageway? Do I try to add a little bit more content to it? Ah, yes. LOL XD random geyser. Always the best option. Not sure about that one. I guess my main concern with this base right here is that it's very difficult to hold. You're on the low ground. You have an okay amount of resources, but not an insane number. You're smack in the middle of, you got two Protoss, two Zerg players that are pretty easy to smack into you, Not sure about that one. You have really good access to two other bases, like very, very quickly. It's possible to very quickly grab those. Whereas, like, obviously, this player is got a bit more build space down in the low ground, and a bit more like it's just more defensible on account of being further away, but not being able to instantly secure a bunch of extra resources. Like the two bases that they have easiest access to would, I guess, be like this one, which denies your ally a natural. This one, which is super easy to get harassed at. So, and really only those two. Like, yeah, I guess this one is here, but it's definitely favoring the Zerg as far as engagements go. So, all right, select the whole thing, dummy. Okay. Eats up some build space, but definitely feels a bit more approachable. Still not convinced it'll be enough, but at least you'll be able to create like a low ground wall. And if you want to deny them that much utility from this area, you can just put like 2 zealots up here to block this off. Like, I imagine you would do something like this. You put those 2 zealots there, and then like pylon, forge, gateway. And you seal this whole thing off immediately. Or you do something like pylon, gateway, and then I guess it would probably have to be like a zealot here and then like a zealot here. Maybe a zealot probe or something. Still a lot of zealots to completely wall off this area, and then you still have to worry about this down here. But I just feel like if I'm allowing players to be able to do something like that would be a reasonable thing to be able to do. Another thing that's kind of interesting about this map layout as it currently stands, the Zerg are all pretty far away from each other. The Protoss are a little bit closer, but like the Zerg being the way that in the layouts and the locations that they are, I think is kind of neat. Because it means that the Protoss are able to reinforce one another a little bit easier since they have like the same sphere of influence. And like this guy can just like kind of create a little bit of static defense at home and then, you know, partition most of the rest of his army to like 2 zealots holding this ramp and then the rest of him helping his ally. You know, you could play off like that. And I think that would be reasonable. All right, so let's pop up in the brush file again and get started on this water. This definitely made it easier, I'll tell you that much. To get all this stuff taken care of. Especially the ramp stuff, since that generally required a lot more attention. It's an ASMR stream, dude. What's up? U simulator. I mean, simulation is the name of the game around these parts. Well, I had a nice family gathering and got some pretty good news financially, so here I am chilling. Yes, up again. How are you? I didn't know if you were talking to me or Don, because Don just showed up. The overlay for units inside the swamp water is definitely going to be a little bit more of a distant thing, but it is definitely still on the agenda. I don't think it's going to be too difficult to program something like that in. It's just that infrastructurally speaking, we definitely need to extend the number of sprites and images or whatever that can be drawn in the map at any given time. So we need to extend that limit beyond what we currently already have it extended at. That is a definitive thing that there's pretty much no negotiating around that. So we definitely need to get a little bit of time dedicated to exploring what actually needs to be done for something like that to see the light of day. And then beyond that, it's just a matter of like obviously the generation of the graphics themselves. So once those assets are in our hands, we will presumably not have a too difficult a time technically implementing them. It's something that I'm very excited about. I also want to make sure that we have overlays for buildings, obviously, since I've decided that you should be able to build in the water. And it's going to look like some of the probably the best work that you're going to see out of Hydra is probably going to be stuff like that, the aquatic overlays. Hell yeah, man. Players on this map, 3v2 or 3v3. So at first it starts out as a 2v2, and then one of the Zerg is going to arrive, probably Eric, will arrive relatively early on, like within the first few minutes, like 2-3 minutes in. Silently, of course, you won't know that they've arrived. And there will be some variance as to where their first base goes, so scouting will be important even more so. And then beyond that, you're going to see some pretty significant change because Phoenix will arrive, maybe like 5 or 6 minutes in, maybe even a little bit later. Oh yeah, have those pictures you've been posting in Artism? Have you been doing any of those, or are those just like? It seemed like it would be a little bit above your pay grade as far as what I'm aware of as far as your skills go, but I suppose I could be wrong. You could be getting a lot of work done behind the scenes. Because I notice you post pictures in Artism every now and then. Yeah, as far like hurdles, as far as hurdles go, I'm really not 100% sure. Like, I think the biggest issue is definitely going to be getting the assets done themselves. Like, that's going to be a huge task. So, pray for DF, man. Well, that's good. And yeah, I'm sure it is tiring. If I had even more time than I currently do, I would definitely be spending a lot of that trying to learn art, because it would definitely help. It would help DF no longer have to deal with all of it himself, which is a big deal. And it would allow me to give back to other people as well, generate more stuff for their projects. And of course, accelerate the pace at which my own projects are receiving custom art. So suffice it to say, it would be right up my alley, but I'm doing so much already, you know what I mean? I can't believe I was able to learn programming to the current skill set that I have, which is not necessarily super impressive, but the speed at which I was able to develop that was I certainly took myself by surprise. I'll put it to you that way. And I'm not all that great, but the fact that I'm still able to make a contribution towards the programming efforts of everybody else in such a short amount of time, I'm very pleased with that. So, obviously, I'm still trying to get better at that stuff, but I always had conceptualized it as something that was just flat out impossible for me to do, and I think that misconception that I had definitely negatively impacted the any motivation that I would have had to learn sooner. So I'm glad that I eventually managed to crack that. But any news on Age of Empires? No, actually, I do. I mean, Dynamo bought it for me. I think I already said this earlier, but Dynamo purchased the game for me because he's a nice gentleman. But I don't have any news as to when I intend to do my run. I'm definitely going to be doing the Starcraft playthrough first, and we'll see where we are after that. That's going to take me a while, but I should have enough time to get a pretty good amount of progress done on it sooner rather than later. Might be too many north ramps, to be honest, but I think I did the first one. I did the Redux first for 2033, and then I did like 2 videos of the original version before I realized it was so similar to the end result that I had that it wasn't really worth exploring as much. And then I moved on to Last Light sometime later. And the rest is history. No problem. I think they're listed in chronological order for those kinds of Let's Plays in the video document, but I honestly don't really fully remember. It's in the, if you go to Manifestod, it's in there as a wiki.link that says "Monument to My Sins," which I think is fittingly hilarious. But it's a wiki.link to the video work that I've done in a somewhat organized fashion. Oops. Suppose I could get away with a cheeky little ramp placement behind here, where the double doors are. Again, it's like, it's going to be so difficult to actually access back here unless there's just been such a complete lapse of judgment on the Zerg players. So I'm not really that worried about like it feeling too cheap. It's like I feel like there should be some easier times that people end up having when it comes to this stuff if they're able to navigate all the way over here. Yes, I had the first game on Russian. I think the first video I of 2033 Redux, I left it on English, and then I decided to switch it over to Russian. Nice. Yeah, I forgot to answer that I would be doing digital art. Well, it would be like technical game art, so definitely digital. 3D modeling and learning texturing and all that. But anything that I pick up for visual art and all that, like it basically, I just need like to put in the time, right? So it would be a couple of years before I was able to generate stuff that would meet my own standards. I think, anyway, that's my assumption. It's like with programming, I don't really have the standards as much as I have like expectations of the code being performant and easy to read and all that. And even that is something that I'm trying to improve on as time goes on. And certainly not there yet, but with art, it's like I've been looking at visual art for a long time. So I have standards even if I can't necessarily match them myself. And reaching that sort of bar, meeting that bar would definitely involve quite a bit of work. Quite a bit of practice. Which I'm willing to put in, but... Are you into comic books at all? It's the first thing I always think of when I hear about inking. Like, apparently I don't know if they still do this now, because I really only know a little bit about the history of comic books, but back in the day, they actually had people who would do inking deliberately. Like, their whole job was to ink the drawings of the actual comic book's illustrator, which I think is kind of interesting. Right. Suppose I can open this area up a little bit. I'm going to toss an expansion along this area over here, so could definitely do the same over in this area. I think the big issue with people who aren't like already sort of I won't say indoctrinated, but they're not already savvy about comic books, that they tend to believe that comic books have to be like a certain thing, or like their definition of what a comic book is. I would draw a parallel to the people who just assume that custom content has to be shit because all custom content they've played is shit. You know what I mean? Like they don't really have a paradigm that demonstrates, like really redefines what kind of experience you can have while playing a custom campaign, if that makes any sense. And if you were interested in getting into it because it's a nice example of like detailed art and stuff, and like as somebody who's learning it, you might be able to draw something from it. I would definitely recommend like basically pretty much all of Alan Moore's stuff. So like the Watchmen and all that stuff. I'm pretty sure that's the guy I'm thinking about. His name gets tossed around a lot in conversations like these, but as far as I'm concerned, it's for a good reason. Guy knows what he's doing. What's more is he more or less like he was the person whose work introduced the concept of comics to a lot of people. So. Right, yeah. Yeah, he did a bunch of stuff. Superhero and well, more original as well. All right, we're getting up there now. Hey, you know what I can say on the sort of shilling page, the Hydra is set apart from other projects by the inclusion of these features or whatever. I can write handcrafted environments, because I fucking painted half of this stuff by hand, man. All right. We've got our stuff here. Hey. I said copy paste, motherfucker. Yeah, well, one would hope. Epic. Ugh. Hmm. Okay. That seems good. Still am not 100% sure if we have all of the expansions that we need here. And obviously I've got to find a purpose for this bottom right-hand area. I'm thinking a nice... maybe 2 more bases can be fit in here. It can be like a nice jungle area. Maybe show off the low jungle tiles or something. I don't know. But we've definitely made a decent amount of progress. I would still like to offer more justification for the whole top right area, since we've decided to move the expansion that was over here to there. I could throw a base over there, but I think it would involve like sort of reworking this area so that there's a bit more build space to it or something. Like there's got to be a reason to go there. And one of those reasons could just very well be like I expand the ramps in terms of the sizes that are offered over here, and as a result, it becomes more attractive to move large armies through there, and then I can like constrict some of the pathways over here to sort of offer different answers. It's like, do you want a slow but safer path to move your large army through, or do you want to take the risk and run through an area where you're going to get split up a lot more? something like that definitely could end up being a big deal. So. So yeah, I think embiggen these ramps, right? We'll go ahead and write a little to-do list here. We'll say PO2, top right. Make high ground paths larger for armies. Tighten chokes and pathways on low ground. I still think maybe there needs to be a base somewhere over there, but I might toss like a 2-gas low mineral base over in the top right, as a matter of fact. I think that's pretty much it. Destroyed. I just imagine him like Gorn stationing a bunch of basilisks up here for the extra range, and then just pelting you as you try to navigate it through here or something. Would be pretty funny. But I think otherwise, you know, I feel like we do have a pretty strong setup over here, honestly. Like, yeah, for sure. That is going to be a concern going in, like this base over here, for example. But I think there's enough maneuverability elsewhere. I'm probably going to add a bunch of, like actually like a ring, almost like a dugout or something of jungle that will be open enough that you can like build. Like you'll be able to build some colonies and stuff over here. either with basilisks or just by spreading the creep throughout the entire area. And so Daggett will eventually be able to like encircle this entire thing with a couple spores or whatever, should he desire. And then obviously if it's a human player playing it in a Fraud Knight or something, you could obviously do whatever you want there. Protoss are in this area, so I doubt that you're going to see a lot of like Mutalisk action harassing these bases. Probably need to add a little bit more cover over here. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. I think that if we end up finding that it's like really, really disorienting or destabilizing, like there's ways that we can fix that up in the future. But it's coming along. I definitely still need to finish up the bottom right for the most part, but then also like audit the top right a bit more and the bottom left a little bit more, and then just do a decor pass as well as like making sure that the pathways are as open or tight as I want them to be. That's pretty much it. Go ahead and slap this over here. That'll be my thumbnail for tomorrow. And all right, so yeah, we definitely are doing that Fraud Knight makeup tomorrow afternoon, and I look forward to enjoying that. So yeah, thanks everybody who hung out and spent some time chilling. I will catch you very shortly. I'll probably upload some stuff later on today as well, but streaming definitely tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. Stay tuned for some frauding, and I'll catch you guys later.